Monday, March 7th. And can we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Barrett,
Yeah, here.
Council members Barnacle,
Here.
Fisher,
Here.
Healy,
Here.
King,
Here.
McDonald,
Here.
Kosike.
Here.
All members are present.
Thank you very much. And we are going to be adjourning into closed session right now for a conference with legal counsel on existing litigation, paragraph A of California Government Code section 54956.95, Bruce Terrell versus the city of Petaluma. I'd like to ask our clerk if she's received any public comment on closed session item.
Madam Mayor, no public comments were received.
Thank you. And I'd like to ask our moderator to see if there's anyone in attendance who would like to speak to this item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. At this time, members of the public wishing to speak on this closed session item, please raise your hand in Zoom and you'll be called on in turn. You'll have 3 minutes in which to give your comments. We have 3 attendees currently and no hands are raised, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. We'll close public comment on this item and the council will adjourn to closed session and we'll return to the regular session at 6:30 or at the end of the closed session item, whichever comes last. So thank you.
I am not in there, right?
Evening, can you hear me?
Hello.
Hello.
So right now the council is in closed session. We
Okay.
are in the meeting. The members of the public are in attendance. It sounds like we can hear your audio just fine. So
Okay.
that's good. Thank you
All
for being
right.
here tonight.
Sure. And my team interpreter will be coming in a few minutes. We do have the simultaneous feature already and all.
Yes, we do. Yeah.
Perfect. Great.
When we begin the meeting, the mayor will make an announcement that the meeting will be translated into Spanish, and at that point, she'll turn it over to either you or Monica to make that announcement in Spanish, so that the members of the public listening can switch to that channel and listen in Spanish. And then at that point, then I'll turn on the interpretation.
Okay.
So that,
Would you like us to let us know when we're ready for the interpretation to be turned on?
yeah, it'll be right after either you or Monica makes that announcement in Spanish.
Okay.
Then I'll just switch it on and make you both the Spanish interpreters.
Great.
All right. Well, thank you, Maria.
Sure. So we'll be back at 6:30.
6:30. Yep. Or
Great.
shortly thereafter, hopefully.
Alrighty.
All right. Thanks, Maria.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, Patrick?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay, so we're getting close. I think everybody's back on.
It does appear to be that way, yes. And I see the Assistant City Manager has joined us as well. So it is 6:30 now. So if you'd like to call the evening session to order, it would be appropriate.
Is Eric back in?
He is here in attendance, but I don't see his video on yet.
Okay, I'm just wondering if we should wait for him, but there he is. Okay, good. All right. Thank you very much. Good evening and welcome to the City of Petaluma regular meeting of the City Council and the Petaluma Community Development Successor Agency for Monday, March 7th. The council is just back to the regular meeting from closed session. And I would like to introduce Maria Galvez and Monica Padilla to provide information for those who want to listen in Spanish to our public hearing part of this meeting.
Yes, good evening. Thank you, Mayor. My name is María Galvez. Mi nombre es María Galvez. Estoy aquí con mi cointérprete, Mónica Aparicio. Esta audiencia va a ser traducida al español. Para aquellas personas que deseen escuchar en español, en su computadora van a ver a mano derecha de la pantalla un icono de un globo. Por favor, presionen ese globo. Les va a aparecer una interpretación de idiomas. Cuando les aparezca la interpretación de idiomas, por favor, elijan el canal español. Para las personas que están en el teléfono, les va a aparecer en la parte de abajo, a mano derecha de la pantalla del teléfono, o la palabra más o 3 puntos. Por favor, presionen esa palabra más o esos 3 puntos, elijan interpretación de idiomas y escojan el canal español. Les vamos a dar unos momentos para que tengan oportunidad de hacer esto. We're ready.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Okay, so now we will have the roll call by the city clerk.
Vamos entonces a comenzar con la llamada de la lista.
Mayor Barrett,
Here.
Mayor Barrett,
Councilmember
aquí.
Barnacle,
Señor Barnacle,
Here.
aquí,
Fisher.
presente. Señor Fisher, presente.
Healy,
Healy, presente.
King,
King,
Here.
presente.
McDonald,
McDonald,
Here.
presente.
Hosake,
Here.
Osake, presente.
all members are present.
Todos los miembros están presentes.
Maria, just 1 second. We don't seem to have you on the Spanish channel yet. And for some reason, it's not allowing me to start that. So
Yes, I believe that you have to assign us as interpreters so we can start the simultaneous interpretation.
I have done that.
Well, we haven't received the notice of it, so we haven't been able to accept it.
We'll try one more time.
Thank you.
Mayor, if you'd like to do the
Pledge of Allegiance while we're waiting.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Ready to begin? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now we will have a moment of silence. Okay, thank you. And Patrick, do we need to wait a little while longer before continuing?
I believe we have it sorted out now, Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. And we are going to go to agenda changes and deletions to the current agenda only. And item 6A has been moved to March 21st, 2022. And I will probably repeat that at the time of that item, just so that if people come in late looking for that item, they will know that it has been moved to the 21st of March. So I will ask our city,
Madam Mayor, did you mean 5A or 6A?
I'm sorry,
5A is Rooster Run.
it's actually 6A, it's unfinished business.
It was mislabeled on the staff report, but on the agenda it's 5A.
Okay, well, right now, I'm dealing with the updated agenda that I was given right before this meeting. And the item that we are talking about is unfinished business, introduction, first reading of ordinance approving an amended and restated lease agreement with Rooster Run Golf Club LLC. And whether that is 5A or 6A, I'm not certain, but on mine it is 6A. But thank you, Mr. Healy.
Yep.
Okay, so we are back into the agenda, and I will ask our city attorney if there's any report out of closed session.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There is no action to report tonight.
Okay, thank you. So our first business is a public hearing, and it's public hearing number 5 for district-based elections pursuant to the election code section 10010, and it review second round draft maps. And so I will ask our city attorney to kick this off.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just going to be giving a very brief introduction tonight while Mr. Chaffee puts up a slide. He is going to be presenting the slides tonight that have been prepared in response to the direction from the City Council at the last meeting regarding maps they wish to see and comparisons with respect to those maps and features of those maps the council requested to see. And just a couple brief introductory slides before we do that. The first on the screen right now is to review the districting criteria for purposes of drawing districts, substantially equal in size, contiguity, respecting of communities of interest as defined in the law, easily identifiable and following natural boundaries and features, reasonably compact. Chris, if you put up the next slide.
Just a second, sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Not responding. Okay, and thanks for that slide. So this is the one that we also discussed briefly at the last hearing on districting, concerning the fact that racially polarized voting was a key consideration, if not the key consideration, in the council's decision to district, to do that transition. Now that that's the case, as we've discussed, race is not a lawful basis for designing the boundaries. So it's a reminder of that under the Federal Voting Rights Act. Thanks, Chris. And so I think that's the last of the introductory slides, unless I'm mistaken. And so I'd like to introduce Chris with Redistricting Partners, who's going to be presenting the council and ready to answer council questions, with staff also ready to assist when needed. So thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Sorry for the toggle. I noticed that there was a missing slide, so I wanted to make sure
Thank
to
you.
provide it.
Thanks.
Thank you for that introduction. So I think just to refresh everyone's memory and to introduce this portion of the presentation, I'm going to be going through a handful of the overviews and the themes that we've seen from the public map submissions. And they'll be kind of a precursor to a lot of the themes that we'll see and discuss in the 7 draft maps that are before the council tonight. So the way we've done this is we've really looked at all the public submissions through hand-drawn maps, from the Esri tool, from any option, even from the worksheets, and tried to basically come up with a series of draft map themes that come forward in a lot of those public submissions. So to date, there's been As you can see on the slide, 60 community of interest forms submitted, 41 comments on the website, 34 maps submitted by the council, and 21 emails. All of this information you can find on the City of Petaluma districting page. And again, these are some of the highlights that we've seen through analyzing all of the public submissions. So one of the themes is the idea of having an East Petaluma district. You can see the districts that are circled on the right. A lot of these district borders use Sonoma Parkway as the dividing line between the easternmost district and the two districts to their west. And you can see this this theme on this map submitted by John Tribbs, where District 4 here in blue has that east side district along the Sonoma Parkway. Another map theme that you'll see in a lot of the public submissions along with the draft maps is the idea of using the 101 as a divider in the central part of the city to kind of create a division between the east side and the west side. So you can see in all of these 6 submissions that the Highway 101 is used as that division. Some of them going almost all the way across through Schellenberger, others only using it on the north side, or mostly on the north side. You don't see a lot of the 101 used to completely split Schellenberger. You do in some. One of the submissions that didn't make the last city council meeting was this quality of life for all map submission. And you can see that this map uses the 101 really to divide in this plan districts 3 and 4, and also uses it as a western or as a border or an eastern border from District 1. You can also see that usage in this hand submitted map, where 101 is used really as a dividing line between 1, 2, and 6. The other another theme that we see is creating this North Highway 101 district, where all of the areas are bounded are on either side of 101 on the northwestern portion of the city are in one district. Some of them you can see, though, there's many different ways that theme plays out. Some use that as a east side district, placing this part northeast kind of in a district that divides the two sides. Others you can see bring the northwest down south along the more rural area of the city. You can see again, this is the 6 districts submission that didn't make it into the last neighborhood or the last city council meeting, but I wanted to make sure to show here, because you can see this is included the whole northwest in District 3 that wraps around and includes some of the areas on the west side, southwest side of the city. Another theme that you'll see come forward, and something that the council pointed out at the last meeting as one of the kind of the objectives they would like to see come forward in the district maps, is the idea of using the river as a border so that Schellenberger is kept whole in one district. You can see in these maps that the river was used as a border, and in most of them, Schellenberger was kept whole. Actually, only in this one was Schellenberger kept whole. The other two, you can see there is a split of Schellenberger on the east side of the 101. Another theme that comes forward, and you'll see in a handful of the draft submissions, is the South Petaluma being kept whole. And in a lot of these, you'll see that Schellenberger is used to balance the district and keep all of Schellenberger and South Petaluma together. And you can see that in 3 of the 4 districts. This one, where they only submitted one district plan, or one district really by submission, it cuts it at the freeway. So that's a different kind of architecture than a lot of the maps that were submitted. You can see with this publicly submitted map that the south portion of the city is kept together here in District 6. And you can see that much of the southern part of the city is again kept whole in District 6. Now I just wanted to bring up, there are 3 submissions that came in after the last council meeting that really creates interesting options for the council, and were really designed in an interesting way. Basically, there's the district's balance on an east-west basis, so you can take kind of the east side of one map and add it to the west side of another. So there's different combinations you can make with each of these kind of architectures. So this is combo 1. You can see it's 4.7% total deviation. It keeps Midtown whole. It has that East Petaluma portion of the city. And one of the issues that it doesn't do that the council outlined was using the river as a dividing line and making sure Schellenberger is whole and eastward. You can see that Schellenberger area gets cut by the highway, so part of it's in 1 and part of it's in 6. Again, with the Midtown being kept whole, you can see that it also pushes the central district, District 3, above the freeway. So you have a lot of the East Washington area and the mid cities connected on both the east and the west side. This is combo number 2. It again has, actually, I think there's a slight split of Midtown, but most of Midtown in District 3 again, with that splitting of Schellenberger between 1 and 6 and not using the river, as a divider. The other thing that this one does, there was a little bit of testimony about this at one point. It combines all of kind of the areas that are connected to the rural areas in the south and the northwest into one district. And it combines that Highway 101 district all the way down to the southern tip of the city, which is a kind of a different architecture than we've seen in a lot of maps. This again has a 4.7% deviation, so well under that 5% target that the city council pointed out last time. The final map that was submitted, combo 3, again has similar architecture, but it changes kind of the way District 2 comes in. You can see now it's got the North 101 portion of the city, and it comes south to include like the southwest side of the city, but then it comes into downtown, and you have that southern Petaluma district whole within it. Again, it splits Schellenberger along the 101, and you have that East Petaluma district, District 5, that uses the Sonoma Parkway as the divider. This district is a little bit over deviation from the target of 5% at 5.2%. So those are the public maps that have been submitted since they were last, since the last public hearing on districting. I just wanted to remind you of kind of some of the themes that have come forward. They're all outlined on this slide. Now, the next grouping of maps are the 7 just draft maps that you've articulated you'd like discussed and presented tonight. There are 3 main themes that you wanted to see in each of the draft maps that were brought before you. I tried my best that I could to do that, but I think there are certain ones that aren't compatible with the public map submissions that you identified. But the 3 themes that you really wanted to ensure was that having total deviation under 5%, all but one plan of the 7 have a total deviation under 5. You wanted Schellenberger kept whole and moved eastward with the river as the dividing line, and 3 of the 7 have that construction. And what I found trying to align that that objective is that it would completely change the architecture of the other 4 maps in such a way that it would really undermine the public submissions. And so I've left them so that you can see kind of the trade-offs between having Schellenberger go east and having Schellenberger go west. The other item was to keep all the mobile home parks into one district. This was pretty much impossible to do because you have a concentration of mobile parks on the kind of the northwestern part of the city, and then 2 in the southern, middle of the district of the city, but southern. So there's no way really to link all 7 mobile home parks together. But there are slides so you can see that most of the maps have 5 in one district and 2 in another. So that there are, I think the mobile home parks will have if you pick one of these draft maps in the current architecture, a pretty good voice on the council going forward. The other thing that I think might be helpful to the council is I'll introduce each of the draft maps and then pause for questions so you can ask for any specific questions you have about whichever draft map we're on. So the first one I was going to introduce is draft plan A3. This is the map that's coming off. This is the 3rd version of plan A. That was one of the the ones we drew at Redistricting Partners. You can see that this plan has split Midtown, that the total deviation is 4.7% here. This is the map I wanted to show. So you can see that this has the mobile home parks plotted on the map along with the parks within the city. And you can see that the distribution of the mobile home parks makes it very difficult to unite them all in one district. But A3, you can see, has 5 of the mobile home parks in District A and 2 in District D. I think the other thing from this map is that Midtown is split slightly along here between A and F. You have, instead of 1 East Palo Alto seat along Sonoma Parkway, you have kind of 2. And you have Schellenberger, instead of going east, it's connected to the southern part of the city. And this is an important population balancing for District E, because the way the population is distributed throughout the city, the west side of the city, south of the 101, doesn't have enough population for 3 districts. So to balance, to have E and F completely, on the west side, you really need Schellenberger to balance the population of E. You can also see here that the Midtown area jumps the freeway and is on both sides because so much more of the population is above the 101 in the city's population distribution. This plan also, we've tried to distribute the schools as much as possible. You can remember from the last iteration that that Petaluma High School was split between 2 districts. We've rectified that. The other thing is this plan has changed somewhat from the last time, as it's now under that 5% total deviation at 4.7%. I believe the last time it was in the 9% range. So this has gotten a lot tighter and a lot more equal in population distribution between the 6 districts. So I'd like to pause here if there are questions about this
Okay,
draft map.
yeah, okay, thank you very much, Chris. And I just want to say that I think some of the mobile home parks, or at least Youngstown, was in the wrong place. Yeah, I don't believe it's there. I believe it's up very close to Petaluma Estates.
These were the addresses we were sent by the city, so
Really,
I'm not-
north and south may have been left off the McDowell address. But I don't think, I think everybody here knows where they actually are.
sorry, it's my fault.
Yeah, so, okay, so I just want to see if there's anybody on the council who has a question at this point. If you raise your hand on the mechanical hand, I can see it. Okay, I'm not seeing any questions at this point, so let's go ahead.
So this is draft plan 1. It's from Idea Consolidation. It's from a publicly submitted map that was introduced at the last hearing. You can see that this architecture again has kind of an east-west divide on the east side of the city. Schellenberger in this map is kept whole and is eastward, pushing, I guess. And you can see that Maria and Crenella are used as the dividing lines of between A and B and along the southern border of C. You can also see that along the bottom District E in South Petaluma, the district borders are Bodega, Howland, and 6th Street along here. One thing with this map is that Midtown is kept whole. I think that was one of the highlights of this map when it was presented last time. The total deviation for this district is 4%. So it's well under your 5% threshold. Again, Youngstown, I'm sorry, is going to be mislabeled in each of these maps. So I think you say it's up here probably.
Yes,
with
yes.
these others, with Petaluma Estates, Royal Oaks, and Capri. So the only one that's not in A is Little Woods, which is in D. All the others, I guess, are grouped in District A.
Okay, thank you. Again, I'm not seeing anybody raise their hand. So I think we understand this one.
Okay. The next one is draft plan 2. Again, this is from the Idea Consolidation 2. Again, it has a similar architecture with kind of the districts east-west on the east side. You have the 101 together. This map, though, does split Schellenberger, where a portion of it is in F and most of it is in D. So the river isn't used as the dividing line. You do have a kind of a South Petaluma district, pretty well preserved in District E. One thing, though, is that Midtown in this architecture is split. Its total deviation is 2.7%. And you can see again that you'll have 5 mobile home parks in District A, and then the one in D.
Okay, we can keep going.
Okay. So draft plan 3. This one again. Well, actually, this is the first one that you have an east-west, or sorry, a north-south split on the east side, where instead of using Sonoma Parkway or Maria or Prunella as borders, it's just a very different architecture. You also have Schellenberger kept whole and eastward facing in this district, in District E. You have that southern Petaluma district, as you saw similarly in draft plan 2. You also have that North Highway 101 linked to I guess the west side in this of the district of the city, excuse me. And on this plan, Midtown is split. This the total deviation for this plan is 4.6%, so it checks that box. You can see though that because of the way the east side is split into kind of 3 north-south districts, that the mobile home parks are split amongst 3 different districts. And you can even see because of the way E and D are split, well, Youngstown is over here. So I'm sorry. So you'll have Little Woods and E. And I don't know exactly where Youngstown runs, but it could be in either A, B, or C, depending on exactly where it's placed.
Okay, thank you. Let's keep going.
Okay. Draft plan 4. This was from the Dusty plan. It's again has that kind of an eastern Petaluma district. Doesn't go all the way across, but takes in most of it. And it uses the Sonoma Parkway and Maria as dividing lines. You've got the North 101 portion of the city connected, and to the business corridor in District A. The thing here, again, you'll see this in a couple other plans, is Schellenberger is connected to South Petaluma to help its total population. So instead of going east, it goes west. Again, you'll have Midtown split. This total deviation is very small, 1.9%. So there is considerable change that's possible with the architecture of this map. And this map does really put the mobile home parks into one district, into District A, with one would be in District E.
Okay, thank you. Keep going.
Okay, draft plan 5. This was the hybrid plan and a mashup really of the Dusty plan on the east side and the districting plan on the west side. So you can again see the east-west split on the east side of the city, with Maria and Sonoma Parkway used as a dividing line. You can also see that Schellenberger does go into an east run facing district. You have the South Petaluma, District E, and then you do have the split along 101 in F, where the southern portion of this area around 101 is connected by a thin strip that is legal and contiguous over into and around into District F. One thing I just want to point out before I answer Councilmember King's question is this plan is slightly over 5%. It's at 5.1.
Okay, thank you. So Councilmember King?
Yes, this is a question on this one, and I think at least one other. There's a little bit of District B that is at the top. Yeah, right there where you're pointing at. Any idea why? I know this is not your map, so.
No, it's because of a census block geography. So this census block is connected along like a very narrow strip over to here, and it's actually got quite a bit of population in it. So if you wanted to put it into C, so like draw the line here, what you'd need to do is B would have to grow in some way along C, along this. I think this is Sonoma Parkway, and I don't know what this. Actually, let me see. Let me just pull up the HTML. It's Caulfield, and actually this is Eli, and Caulfield is this like L. Right. So what you'd need to do is to unify it, unless, I mean, this plan is at 5.1%, so we might be able to unify into C, but that would make C even larger and D even smaller. So the total deviation would just grow.
Okay, well, I don't really have a comment on, I'm gonna be really careful, I think, and I think all of us should be a little careful tonight about moving things around too much. It did stand out on this map and at least one other that we saw in the packet, and I was curious as to why, and that's the explanation, so we'll all deal with that. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
So just to be clear, because I may be less understanding than Councilmember King, you're saying that that small little green patch that is surrounded by C cannot in and of itself just be added into C?
No, because well, let me answer this in two parts. So under the Fair Maps Act, we have to use census geography to draw district lines. And so the census, one of the defining characteristics of this map is that it's using a census block, and the census block starts here. I don't think you can see the green that's just on the edge of C.
Yes, we can.
So it goes all the way across and then is attached over to this side as well. So it's like a barbell. And so we can split the census block, but once we do that, we don't know the actual population with any specificity of the split. And so it kind of leads to an ambiguity over what the actual deviations are between the districts. So it can lead to some issues if you get close to that 10% total deviation.
Okay.
We prefer not splitting census blocks, but we can.
Okay, thank you. So I don't see any other hands raised. So we'll go on to the next map, please.
The final map, draft map 6. This map, you can see, has again like a north-south split along in the east side of the city. It splits Schellenberger along the 101, so you're not using the river as the dividing line. It uses East Washington as a major divider and the 101 for E. The other thing is it does split Midtown, I think, into 3 districts in this distribution, and then the 101 is whole and in A. This has the lowest deviation at 1%. It also, I believe, would put all but one of the mobile homes parks into District A, with Little Woods in District D.
Okay, thank you. Does that end your presentation, or are you going on?
So I was just going to keep going and just going over the goal of tonight. The goal of tonight are really to try to get to consensus on one draft map to come back for the next hearing, to be passed as a final plan. You can also suggest changes to any of these draft maps that are before you, but we have to publish a final version of whatever draft map you want to move forward by March 11th. So we need to have specific discussions of any edits you'd like made to those preferred plans that go forward to your next city council hearing on the 21st. So that is the end of my presentation. Actually, I'll just go to the districting schedule. So once again, we need to have any changes proposed by the council to draft maps tonight, so that we can post final plans on the 11th, and that you can vote on that first ordinance, or I guess the first reading of the ordinance at your next meeting on March 21st.
Okay, thank you very much for that presentation, and we will probably be relying on you to pull up some of these maps as questions or comments come up as we go forward. If you don't.
And that's one thing I wanted to point out. I have the HTML versions of all the maps. I can also pull up the presentation to any of the slides you'd like to go over any changes you'd like made.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to Councilmember McDonald, followed by Councilmember Fisher.
Thank you very much. Appreciate all the input on all the maps, going through them and touching importance or differentiations. Of the ones that are submitted independently that we haven't discussed, I would like to see combo 1 up, just to think about the review you were giving the others, to see combo 1. Can we bring that one into it at this time? So how does this fit with the criteria you discussed on each of the?
So it's under the 5% total deviation. I believe that most of Midtown is whole in District 3. You can see, though, that Schellenberger is split along the 101, with part of it in 6 and part of it in 1. And then for the mobile home parks, I believe almost all of them would be in District 2, and you'd have one in District 6, actually down here. The
Little Woods.
Little Woods, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and Councilmember Fisher.
Thank you. I don't have any questions. I have a comment, though, I guess. Councilmember Poske at the last hearing suggested that we just take a pie and cut it up. And you know, I stated last time too that I really wanted us to use sort of the turning basin as the center, if you will, as opposed to having a long district across on the east side. And the reason for that is because that's sort of where the city started. And when you look at our development patterns, you know, you will get more diversity if you divide the city from the turning basin to the outer reaches, if you will. Think of Dennis's pie. I had another comment about that. Yeah, I'll stop there.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember King.
Thank you. I just had a comment or a request, really. When you're showing the maps themselves, the ones that were in the packet, which are the main physical maps, or followed by when you broke down where you showed us where the mobile home parks were, where there's some schools noted on those. For me at least, and I don't know if others feel the same way, those second maps are far easier for me to figure out where things are at a quick glance, because there's landmarks on them, not necessarily just the mobile home parks, but some of the other landmarks. And so when we're showing maps, you know, when we get down to making our final, well, I don't know about our final decision, our pre-final decision, or whatever it is at this point, we have both of those to look at, not maybe next to each other, but one after the other, if you may, because I think those are really good ways to see where the dividers are.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Healy.
Thank you. I just had a question about process here tonight, Madam Mayor. Are we going to get public comment and then do a straw poll to see if we can narrow this down?
I believe that's exactly what I had in mind.
Thank you.
Okay. So any other questions or concerns before we do open the public hearing? Okay, so at this point, I will announce the number of attendees, which is 23, other than the council and staff and the consultants. And I will ask our city clerk if you have received any public comments on this item.
Madam Mayor, we received one public comment, which has been posted online.
Thank you very much. So now I will ask our moderator to see if there's anybody in the Zoom audience who would like to speak as we open the public hearing.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Members of the public wishing to speak on this item, the districting item, public hearing, please raise your hand in Zoom and you'll be called on in turn. You'll have 3 minutes in which to give your comments, at the end of which you'll be muted or and if your comments conclude before that, you'll be muted then as well. Speakers are encouraged to be respectful. Threats of violence and obscenity are grounds for removal from the meeting. And just a reminder to please stay on topic. Off-topic speakers will be muted. I see one hand muted, so I'll share my screen. And we'll call on Rick Dusty to speak. Rick, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Yeah, great, thanks. Hey, just one quick comment. As the gentleman referred to, that the S3 map only allowed you to pick by districts, right? The voting districts. And so that barbell one, if you pick the little piece on the left, you get the piece that hangs out to the right too. So any of the plans that have that happening, I'm sure there's a way to correct for that by either slicing it somehow or moving things around a little bit. But that's just a thing with that tool, that you end up with that piece kind of sticking out to the side because that census district is funny shaped. Anyway, that's just my comment. Thanks.
Thank you, Rick. Our next speaker is Janice Cater Thompson, followed by S. Kurtz. Janice, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Okay. Just one question. I sent a letter in about a map, and it's, hang on a second. Map, plan draft 2, 1C2. Is that not being considered? I'm not sure if I saw that or not in the maps that were showing, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Janice. Our next speaker is S. Kirks, followed by Isaiah Gonzalez. S. Kirks, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Susan Kirks here. This was an interesting presentation, and for Chris's benefit, my map, one of my maps was the 6th district map with the outer urban to rural transition area of West Petaluma, including the northern part of Petaluma. And as I explained in my comment at your last workshop, this related to both communities of interest, commonality about a really important area of Petaluma that really is not Oak Hill. It's certainly not Oak Hill Brewster, and also related to environmental concerns and interests related to open space, wildlife corridor, and flooding and hydrology management. So I really appreciated that Vice Mayor Posake and John Shribs had supported considering my map at the last meeting. And I just found the most recently submitted maps by someone named G. Keller, whom I don't know, to at least have a partial pattern that also considered that. And I really wish that the elected officials would be able to consider these types of suggestions, because the Oak Hill district is too large and really does not include a representation of a lot of residents and a lot of voters. And for any of you who thought that I had drawn that map because somehow I might be able to then run from that district for city council, that actually is true. But I think that any thought in that direction was possibly a projection of elected officials, because I think you're in a difficult position. You're being asked to make the best decisions for the community of Petaluma. And that also means that some of you will have to compete against each other, likely for a seat, since the 3 districts on the east side will be decided as well. And I just want to acknowledge that I think that's a challenge. And I also think that there's probably a level of distrust among the citizens and residents of Petaluma for that very reason. So I'm really hoping that the consultant will be able to provide enough information, and that each of you as elected officials will be able to accept and make the decision that's best for the community. I do recall that Brian Barnacle had said early in the process, if he needed to run again for his seat, even though he was in it for 2 years, he would be willing to. And to me, that's an expression of integrity I'd like to see. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Our next speaker is Isaiah Gonzalez. You may unmute and begin your comments.
Good evening. I was curious. I was trying to understand as I was listening what the deviation percentages meant. If that meant like the overall difference between population change with the moving of the lines. And with that being considered, I was curious if it's being taken into consideration the potential apartment development by the Rocky Memorial Dog Park and the potential for the population in District E to flux as a result of that. Living in District E, really appreciate more parks or things like that, but I realize that that's off topic. This is my first time participating in anything like this. I have 2 small kids, and I'm happy to be grateful to be allowed into this and listen and get to know what's going on here. So thank you for letting me participate.
And thank you for participating. Appreciate the feedback. The next speaker is a call-in speaker ending in 7554. You may unmute and begin your comments. I believe it's *6 to unmute.
Good evening. This is Dwayne calling. First of all, I want to say that the objective here seems to be to see to it that the reason for the laws is to protect members of the protected classes by race, color, or language groups from being discriminated against. And I would certainly endorse that particular thought. My question here is, I don't hear anything that in any of these districts that would establish the likelihood of a better representation by any group within Petaluma that would be would help better represent those people who have been discriminated against by race, color, or language. That would help solve that problem. And I'm a little confused as to why we would be adopting districts if it's not going to solve the problem. I would suggest that we should be looking at ranked choice voting or one of the other techniques that would actually guarantee minorities a likely chance or a better chance of actually participating in our election system. So I just, did I miss something in the process here as to why we're going on with this if it won't accomplish the goal? Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. And that is the last hand raised, so I'll turn it back to you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. And with that, we'll close the public hearing on this item. And there were a couple questions that I think would be worth answering because other people may want to know that. And since this is such a new process for our city, I would like whoever feels they should answer it. I don't know if it is our city attorney or if it is the consultant about the question of what indeed the deviation number means, and does it take into consideration the fact that other developments are going forward.
I think I can take that if that's okay.
Okay, Chris. Yep. Thanks.
So the total deviation is really the difference between the largest populated district and the smallest populated district. So that's where we get the total deviation. And the reason it's important is because the courts have given local agencies, cities, counties, school districts, a tool that allows for a total deviation of 10% between the largest and the smallest to really accommodate those criteria that Eric started off the meeting with. And the thing that we really look to and that the council's really been discussing at length is the idea of keeping communities of interest together. And that total deviation, that 10% total deviation, allows us to accommodate and keep communities of interest whole.
Okay, and so just to define deviation, when you say that it's the difference in population between the largest population in a district and the smallest population in the district, that is what the deviation is.
Yes, so it's the difference between. So you'd subtract the difference between the largest and the smallest, and then divide it by the ideal population for each council district.
Okay, fine, thank you. The other question I think perhaps you can answer as well, Chris, is the question from Janice Cater Thompson about a particular map that she, and
Yeah.
actually maybe the clerk who would have seen her letter can re-identify the name of the map.
I can actually, it's in the present, it was in the present.
Okay.
Let me just queue it up. Here you go. So it's 6 districts, I believe is the map that Ms. Kirk's referenced. And it's this northwestern portion around the 101 linked again along the kind of the, how she described it, the rural urban area on the western portion of the city. One thing about this this plan is that it is well over 10% total deviation. So if you are interested in going down this road, we need to make a lot of alterations. I would note though that there is a map, I believe it's one of the combo series, that does a lot of what Mrs. Kirk's started doing, and it wraps this district all the way down to the southernmost portion of the city, taking that rural urban divide and putting it all along into one district. And let me stop sharing, and I'll jump to that combo map that I was talking about. So that
I'm not certain if that is the map that Janice was referring to. Perhaps if she's still in the audience, she could raise her hand so that we can just have clarification and not be guessing.
I can. She liked draft plan 2 from IC1. I mean, IC2.
It's in there.
Thank you for
It's in
taking
there.
notes.
Yeah, it's there.
Okay. So we have that.
And Madam Mayor, there's a question from Dwayne about the demographics of the districts, and I just
Can you
wanted
get to that? I think we'll get to that next.
Okay,
So-
I'll wait.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. So Chris, do you have that map?
the IC2, that's draft map 2, sure. This is draft plan 2 was from idea consolidation number 2.
And what was the deviation on this map? 2.7?
Yeah, 2.7%.
Okay. Okay, all right. Thank you for bringing that up. So now, yes, the last question we had from the public was the one that Dwayne brought up about ranked choice voting and questioning the process. So I think our city attorney wants to jump in on this one. Thank you.
I guess that's actually 2 questions. I was trying to sneak in an answer while Chris brought the map up, but I was too slow on the draw. Sorry about that. So on the demographics question, that information is in the Atlas information that is in the presentation, and we can look at that to address any questions about that. But in a number of the plans, there is an increase in the concentration of protected class voting in the more central, in a couple of more central districts, but we can look at that more specifically. The information is in the presentation. In terms of ranked choice voting, I think we provide this in some prior agenda reports. That would require a charter amendment for the city, and there's no time to do that within the deadlines that apply, given when we received the demand from Mr. Shankman. So that's a minimum 6-month process to go through the charter amendment process, and that's because the way our charter incorporates the state law, elections code, and government code provisions, we have plurality voting under the government code and not ranked choice voting. So if there are more detailed questions about that, happy to address them. Thank you.
Okay, so the short answer is that ranked choice voting is not on the table as part of this process. But if anyone were interested in that, it would the path to that would be an amendment to our city charter.
and voter approval of that. Thank you.
Yes, yes. Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to call on our council members and we're going to start getting down to our favorite map. Okay, so Councilmember Fisher, followed by Councilmember McDonald.
Oh, I still don't have a favorite map. I am drawn to draft plan 1 from IC1. And I guess for me, it comes down to my criteria at this point. And I don't really care about the mobile home parks and whether they're all in one district, but I really do care that Midtown is not split up. It's risen as something that's really important to me. And that we're using 101 as a divider where this map does. And then the last thing is, again, for me, is not creating a single district that uses Snow Mountain Parkway along the eastern border of our community. I think that would be a mistake. So those are sort of my 3 strong criteria. And there are things I don't like about this map, but they do match the criteria that I have for the 3 items. So I don't really like the fact that the little piece of downtown then is with District D and the rest of it. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. But I do like the way it divides the city.
Okay, so I got 2 of your 3 points. One was no single eastern district. Don't split Midtown. And what was your third?
Using 101 as the divider in this area. Yeah, right where he has his cursor.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we'll go to Councilmember McDonald, followed by Councilmember Barnacle.
Thank you. First, a question probably back to the city attorney. We're pulling the ordinance together now for a future meeting. We really haven't got public with any of the nuts and bolts of how elections will run in the future. And I'm thinking in any of these districts, there could be 3, 4, 5 candidates, and a plurality could mean 30%, 25%, a modest number. And I recognize that in our current process, there's some of that already. But could you clarify that ranked choice is off the table in a district election as well as in lieu of a district election?
Yes. Petaluma will require charter.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to,
Thank you.
those things be nailed down there.
Thank you.
And then, sort of in address to Dwayne's comment about the fact that we're into this because there's racially polarized voting evidence, and then we're prohibited from decision-making based on that. I think what we're asked to do is use judgment for surrogate measure. We're trying to find a surrogate that is not race, that does set up for better results. I mean, I think all of us looking at those tables that are subsets to the map set, we're looking at that in each of these. However, in terms of my criteria for making selection, my top criteria would be to keep Midtown together. And by keeping Midtown together, I mean to give it an identity. Each of our classes and surrogate causes and all those are small compared to the population of a whole district. So it does, it can't be that Midtown is its own district. The question is what placement gives it a sense of identity. And I don't think being part of Oak Hill Brewster does give it that sense of identity. So we're not looking for anything that combines it that way. My second criteria is I do like the far east side concept. Doesn't have to be the whole length. There's various measures of perimeter there, but I do think the far east side is, if we pull it out to itself, it allows us to have more center of town identity in those inner east side districts. So that is my second criteria. And those are the 2 primary ones for me. And the map that I think that fits that best is number 4. And so, I mean, many maps appeal. I'm going to tell you one, it's going to be number 4.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Councilmember Barnacle, followed by Councilmember King.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For me, the thing that gives me the most trouble is linking up the far southeast part of town out at the end of Lakeville with the west side so much. Maybe a little bit, but very, very little. So for me, the map that I like the most right now probably is Plan 5. I think it does a good job of creating communities of interest, relatively speaking, as much as we can. And I also kind of like Combo 3. I think it's an interesting map. But probably if I were to, knowing where we're at and just how new Combo 3 is, my inclination is map 5, probably followed by map 2 and then map 1 after that. I really like how map 5 links in the southeast and then uses that McDowell corridor over there. And Councilmember Fisher, I hear you about the Snow Mountain Parkway. In Plan 5, letter B or District B is actually on both sides of Snow Mountain Parkway, so it doesn't hit on that too. It doesn't violate your criteria, I suppose. That's where I'm at right now. Looking forward to hearing what everybody else has to say.
Thank you. And Councilmember King, followed by Councilmember Posake.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We've had several ways of whittling this down. I was, based on the first 3 comments, I'm about to not help that probably, but I have 2 maps that I like the best, and I'll get into my my primary criterions. But one is Draft Plan A version 3, which is in attachment 1, which I think is the consultant's map, kind of moved around a little bit based on some of the comments. Yeah, I believe that's it. And then the second one, which I like equally as well, and is a District Plan 2 from IC2, which is in attachment 2. So either of those would be my top, and I lean toward what Councilmember Fisher said about the east side. I really don't like the look of a district that's, I don't think that represents the east side particularly well. And I realize we've, gumbied these districts around so many times that, there's, if you move one piece here, you got to move another piece here. But I tend to agree with that assessment of how the east side should or should not be divided. And to me, the primary factors are trying to deal with the multiple geographic barriers that we have, and there's 3 or 4 pretty major ones, and but having some degree of balance in these districts, geographic and otherwise. So in studying those, and this is not to say the others don't do this to some degree, I just felt that they were the two most balanced sets of districts that were out there. So I'll stop for the moment and we'll go from there.
Thank you very much, Councilmember, pardon me, Vice Mayor Posake.
Thank you, Mayor. I, like several prior commenters, I really keep coming back to keeping Midtown together as the most important single thing. Not that it's overwhelmingly ahead of other things, but I like the maps that keep Midtown together. I also, well, let's just go. I'll second Council Members Barnacle. I know he didn't make a motion, but I like Plan 5 again the best, and also like IC1 and IC2. That would be my order. Probably the next one would be A3.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Healy?
Thank you. So, I guess I don't have as much heartburn about the Schollenberger issue because it's a big chunk of space on the map with 2 apartment complexes, both close to the freeway, and nobody's living in the rest of it. So I'm not going to let that be a deciding factor for me. I guess my top 2 choices in no particular order would be number 4 and A3. Thank you.
That was 4 and A3?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, thank you. Okay, so my choices, I like, my first choice is Plan 2. And I would have said Plan 5. I really hate that one house that's out on the edge. That just screams gerrymandering to me. I just don't like it. And I would want that changed if I was going to support 5. But I do like the IC2. I guess that's draft 2 as well. I like that one because of how it treats this. What are we calling it? The Midtown. But also, to me, it's an absolute deal breaker to have an entire East Side district that goes along the whole East Side. That is something that it will not be a unanimous vote if that is, one that is selected. I find that to be just the wrong message for our city. And so, okay, so let's see if we can look at what we have, anything, I don't know if people want to take a second jump back at this. I do see the 2 hands up, so I'm going to guess we do. So Councilmember Barnacle, followed by Councilmember Healy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I hear that there's just mostly the apartment complexes along Lakeville that are lumped in with the Schollenberger things in A3 and West Side. Is someone who lives on the West Side that literally has to go down to D Street and then drive out Lakeville going to know about the issues of park access and the issues around getting to the closest school or ball field or something like that? So much of this is localizing this, and there's this just massive barrier that is the river that we can't cross over there. And that's why for me it's such a, when I think of, the people in those apartments, if they were, knowing that it was someone who lived in Victoria next to that was their council member, I just can't see how they feel like they were represented. And it's just this big sort of long swath, sort of like the deal breaker for the mayor is, a full East Side district or a full far East Side block. I kind of feel that way about the Schollenberger, really reaching that far. It just doesn't feel right and representative to me.
Thank you. Councilmember Healy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I believe on the first round, there were 4 council members who expressed interest in IC2, not including me, but in the interest of bringing this to closure, I will switch my support to IC2.
All right, so do you want to put IC2 up again so that people can look at that? I think we had 3 people who were interested in A version 3, and IC2 wasn't really anybody's first choice, but sometimes that works, but we'll see this. So does anybody want to lobby for this one? I see, okay, yes, Councilmember Fisher.
Oh, well, yeah, I think it meets the criteria of keeping Midtown. And what Brian Barnacle just said about Schollenberger being more included with its neighbors and not having that strip on the east side going north-south. Doesn't meet my criteria about 101, but I can live with that. So,
okay, thank you. Did you, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Okay, okay, and then Councilmember McDonald, followed by Councilmember King.
Yeah, given certain realities, number 2 would be my second choice.
Okay, number 2.
I'm okay with number 2. Well, that's where we have.
There's Plan 2, and then that's what's up here right now.
Right.
Okay. All right, sorry. I just want to make sure we're on the same page. Okay. Did I interrupt you, or are you done? Okay, you're done. So Councilmember King, followed by Councilmember Posake, Barnacle, and then Healy.
Thank you. I had this as one of my 2 tops. I didn't really have a top. So I'm fine. I'm more than happy to support this this version. And I don't know if that gives us enough to get over the top, but
It does, but I still want to hear from everybody. Just
no, I'm not looking to cut off the conversation.
Okay.
You know, that's what's not going to happen anyway, even if I was inclined to. But so I'll stop there and we'll go from there.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Posake.
Yeah, I'm moving IC2 or draft plan 2 to the top of my list too, in the hopes of coming to a agreement here.
Okay, and I think Healy had his hand up before Barnacle, and so go ahead, Councilmember Healy.
I'm sorry, would you like a motion or do we need a motion?
Let me just see if Councilmember Barnacle had more to add. Okay, no, he's taking his hand down. Yeah, no, Councilmember Barnacle, go ahead.
I'm supportive of Plan 2. I was actually going to make a motion, so why don't I let Councilmember Healy make the motion?
Well, I'll second Mr. Barnacle's motion then.
Okay, well, in the spirit of cooperativity, we have a motion by, I think that was Barnacle.
Actually, Madam Mayor, I don't know whether we can, it says receive the presentation and provide direction. Are we actually making a motion here?
We can, or we can just give direction. But, I guess I should reiterate what you already know by saying this is your chance before we take a vote or give direction. Is there anything on this map that you would like to tweak? Because this is sort of the now or never.
And Madam Mayor, if I could also please add, and this is, another example of wonderful teamwork by the council, the way that the decision is proceeding. So appreciate that. But I just want to make sure it's clear, apropos of what the mayor just said about where we are in the process, is that the universe of what we publish on the 11th is going to be the universe from which the council can choose a map when the ordinance gets introduced. So this narrowing down to the choice and combining the council members' criteria is wonderful. But if you need a backup map, it'll be important to identify that. Or as you mentioned, Madam Mayor, if there are further changes desired, now will be the time, because the choices for adoption will be those that get published on the 11th. So thank you very much.
So Eric, can I ask one question then? Sorry, can I ask a follow-up question there?
Yes.
So this is the final meeting before we actually adopt the map and move forward with implementing district elections. Is that correct, Eric?
Yes, because there'll be a meeting. The next meeting will be to introduce the ordinance, which will also set the sequencing. And the final meeting will be for adoption and second reading, but there can't be changes between the first and the second reading. So this is it in terms of the specifics, and the adoptable maps will be those that are published on the 11th.
Okay. Well,
I'm happy to elaborate. Those are very important considerations. So I want to be super clear for the council.
I mean, my only concern is that if we narrow it down to one, then we only have a choice. Like the purpose of the next meeting is basically to adopt that map, right? Because
Yes,
we
but
can't
also,
make
because
changes.
Right. As far as the maps go, that will be your only option. And then the question will be the sequencing, which will get a lot of focus on the next staff report and will be built into the, what we'll do is leave blanks in the ordinance. So the sequencing can be incorporated in accordance with the council's direction.
Okay, well, I'm wondering, like, I feel like a council right now is pretty closely aligned that number 2 is good. But what my concern is that we came into this meeting with, you know, like 7 maps that were generated by, you know, as a fallout from the last meeting, and then 6 additional community maps. And for the community it feels like a pretty much a done deal. Whereas if we come back with two maps next time or something, at least the community has a chance to weigh in and try and sway us. There's no swaying us if we only check one map tonight, right? And that's my that's sort of my concern with just picking one map. But if we pick 2 maps, you know, and like if we pick 5 and say cut off the gerrymandered piece that drives the mayor nuts or something like that, you know, we might still go with option 2. I just I don't want to arbitrarily give us one option and the community no reason to show up. So thoughts from other council members, I guess.
Okay, well, you know, in addition to adopting the map next time, we will also be, as the city attorney just mentioned, discussing the sequencing of what precincts will be voting in November, and or not precincts, but districts, and which ones will not have an election until 2024. I have no need to complicate this or second guess myself at this point. But I'm open to hearing other people's comments, and I see Vice Mayor Kosake has his hand up.
Thank you. I have a little bit of a second thought about it. I had a note written down that there was just a smidgen of Midtown missing from draft plan 2, but it's looking a little bigger to me now. And I guess that's one suggestion I would make, is to try to make an adjustment to get all of Midtown. I don't, someone correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think it includes all of Midtown.
From my understanding, there's a portion of Midtown here that is cut, and part is in F and part is in A.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Depends on how you define Midtown.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's, I mean, it seemed to be the case that what helped the council get to consensus were looking at each other's criteria and matching them up. And I don't know if there's any other plans that behave similarly in terms of the council's criteria and how they overlap, but that may be a consideration. I see Councilmember King has his hand up.
Okay, I'm sorry, Councilmember King.
I just wanted to comment on a couple of things. One is, first of all, the phrase Midtown didn't really come into existence, to my recollection, until about 7 or 8 years ago. And looking at the map, it seems to encompass really most of what would be described as Midtown. And I think some of the neighborhoods, you know, where the lines are for these neighborhoods is not exactly. I mean, we're not talking about, you know, Rand McNally here. I mean, I've seen my neighborhood referred to as Lower Raymond. I can tell you, in many decades living on 6th Street and walking a lot, no one has ever referred to it as Lower Raymond, even the people on Raymond Heights. So, you know, these names, you know, the neighborhoods kind of blend into each other. And in terms of making the decision, I'm prepared to make a decision tonight. We have had, I think this is our 5th
Yes.
not counting the preliminary meetings, that we discussed the idea of going to districts, and I think, and we're under a deadline. So I kind of want to leave it to getting it done. That would be my preference.
Okay, thank you. Council Member Fisher.
Yeah, I'm in agreement. That I'm ready to choose it and move forward.
Okay, so we do have a motion by Barnacle, unless you want to withdraw that motion, and seconded by Healy. So I will ask the maker of the motion if you want to go forward with the motion, or if you'd like to not do that.
All right, I'm not going to let someone else steal my thunder on a unanimous vote, so let's move forward with my motion. So
Thank you very much. Okay, so we will now ask our city clerk to give us a roll call vote.
Mayor Barrett,
Yes.
council members Barnacle,
yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Posake.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you very much. And with that, we are moving on to the next item, which is approval of minutes. And this is approval of the minutes for the meeting of February 28th. I have not heard from anybody that they have any problems. I don't see any hands up, so the minutes will be accepted as submitted. And on to item 3, which is the approval of the proposed agendas for the workshop on March 14th and for the regular city council meeting on March 21st. And for this, we need a motion if there is. Okay, we have Council Member Fisher and McDonald.
Yeah, move approval of the proposed agendas coming up.
Council Member McDonald.
I had one comment on this. I think we're showing the house, we're showing wayfinding for our March 21, and I think that might have to be a change. Can I ask staff if that's confirmed for that meeting?
I can jump in on that one, Mayor, and Councilmember McDonald. Yes, it's correct that excuse me, let me back up. The wayfinding item has been moved to April 18th. I did confirm that with our public works staff, so it will not be appearing on the March 21st agenda. That's my understanding at this point.
Think,
Okay.
and if I can motion to make the second as amended. Is that
Yes, I'm sure that's okay with the maker of the motion. Yes, okay, I'm seeing nodding in agreement. So we have a motion and a second, and we will have a roll call vote, please.
Mayor Barrett,
Yes.
council members Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
yes?
and Posake.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. And now we're on to item 4, the consent calendar. And we have 3 items on the consent calendar. I have not heard from any council members that they would like to remove anything from the consent calendar, but I do see Councilmember McDonald has his hand up. Did you want to remove anything? No. Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you. So I will ask our city clerk if she has received any correspondence on the consent calendar items.
Madam Mayor, no public comments were received.
Okay, thank you. So I will ask our moderator to see if there's anybody in the Zoom audience who would like to speak to an item on the consent calendar.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Members of the public wishing to speak on the consent calendar items, please raise your hand in Zoom and you'll be called on in turn. I see no hands raised, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. We will close public comment on the consent calendar, and I will ask the clerk to do a roll call vote.
Mayor Barrett,
Yes.
council members Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Posake.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
Thank you very much. And with that, we'll move on to our second public hearing. And this is a 5A, this is a resolution approving a vested tentative subdivision map to subdivide Lot 7 of the Riverfront project into 44 lots and 15 common open space parcels to facilitate development of the Riverscape Town Home project. And we will hear from our planning department, Emmanuel Ursu.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, it looks like Emmanuel's in the audience. I'm trying to bring him over now.
Thank you. We can wait.
There we go. Well, that doesn't look like it worked.
Yes.
Good. Okay.
Mayor Barrett, sorry. Members of the council, my name is Emmanuel Ursu, and I'm the project planner for the Riverscape project item that is on your agenda now. Let me share my screen and I will bring up my presentation. All right, are you all able to see that? Excellent. So my presentation will focus on the context of the development, including some background information about the Riverfront project, of which the townhomes are one component. The applicant team is here this evening, and they will present some of the details of the proposal. Riverscape is located here in the northeast corner of the overall Riverfront development proposal. Riverfront is 40 acres, including the offsite Riverfront Park, located approximately 1 mile east of the SMART station, which is in the far left side, just off this exhibit, just east of Highway 101, south of the SMART Railroad and Lakeville Street, and on the north side of the Petaluma River. The site is designated mixed use in the general plan and has T4, T5, and T6 zoning, as well as CS zoning for the civic spaces. In addition to the residential uses, the Riverfront Master Plan was approved for up to 60,000 square feet of office use, a hotel, 30,000 square feet of ground floor commercial space around the central green, a network of pedestrian paths, and a Class 1 multi-use path around the site, connecting the development to future trails to the east under Highway 101 and to the west toward the downtown. The master plan includes 4 live-work units, 35 townhouse units, in addition to the 4 live-work units, 100 apartments on top of the commercial office space around, or excuse me, the commercial retail space around the central green. And in addition to the townhomes and the apartments, 134 single-family homes are included in the proposal, the Riverfront project, the master plan for Riverfront. As shown in this slide, the units in the Riverscape project before you this evening are in bold. They range in size from 492 square feet to over 2,100 square feet. They fit nicely within the mix of unit sizes and unit types within the overall Riverfront project, which includes units as large as 2,760 square feet. The average unit size in the entire Riverscape project would be approximately 1,640 square feet. Some of the amenities that were approved as part of the Riverfront Master Plan is a central green, the active park, Riverfront Park, public paths, and a small craft facility site. The central green provides pedestrian connections from the east, where the townhomes would be located, through the Central Green, and then through the commercial area to the west and over to the active park. So this is the Central Green in the context. This is where the townhomes would be located. The active playfields include playground area, tot lot with pedestrian connections to the single-family homes, and then also the connection that goes to the east towards the Central Green. The Riverfront Trail includes picnic spaces, picnic tables, lighting along the trail, water fountains, and a similar trail is proposed along the east side of the development, which would be developed by the subject applicant, by the Riverscape developer, and would include a bike repair station, seating areas, and lighting as well. A small craft facility is proposed down in this location, in the southeast corner of the project site, of the Riverfront Master Plan site. To the west is the proposal that the city is reviewing from Scannell, and this exhibit shows how the two projects would interconnect, assuming this proposal moves forward as is shown in this exhibit. The project also includes 2 bus stops around the Central Green, improvements that were made by the Riverfront master developer to the bus stop on Lakeville Highway near Caulfield Lane, and then bus stops are also proposed in the Scannell development project next door. So the project includes vesting tentative subdivision map, which is before the City Council this evening, and that's to create 44 townhome lots and 15 common open space parcels. And then also site plan and architectural review and smart code warrants. Those were approved by the Planning Commission. There are 8 plan types in 8 buildings, including 11 optional accessory dwelling units, or ADUs. Those would go in plan type 2. And the unit sizes, again, they range from a low of 492 square feet if the optional ADUs are constructed to just over 2,100 square feet. This is the layout of the project. The smart rail line is here on the left side of this exhibit. Highway 101 is just off the exhibit, off the top of the exhibit. The Central Green is down in this location. 8 buildings. This building fronts on Hopper Street. These purple and red represent the stacked flats at the ends of these buildings. There's a total of 12 stacks on 6 lots. These would be condominium lots since they are one on top of the other. The live-work units, there are 5 live-work units. They would be located across the street from the hotel. And then the other units consist of the Plan 1 units, which are at the ends of the buildings. These are 2-story units. And then the Plan 2 units, which are the darker brown, these have the option for the accessory dwelling units. They are 3-story units, as well as the Plan 3, which are in the middle. This shows the proposed lot lines. This exhibit was not included, or an earlier version of this exhibit was included in the agenda packet that was distributed to the City Council, and you received this exhibit earlier this evening. What is different on this exhibit than what was included in the agenda packet is note number 8, which denotes that the lots with the stacked flats are for condominium purposes. The streets along the perimeter, the two streets along the perimeter would be public streets. The alley and the pedestrian areas in between would remain private with a public easement in this location connecting to the Class 1 multi-use trail along the east side of the site, connecting through the pedestrian easement that would go through Lot 6, which is on the east side of the central drain on this currently vacant site. The street section for Hopper Street has a 12-foot sidewalk on the development side of the proposal, 8 feet of parking on one side, 2 10-foot travel lanes, a planter strip, and the multi-use path on the smart rail side. And then the north-south street that is along the eastern edge of the project would have a 5-foot sidewalk and 5-foot planter strip, 10-foot travel lanes, and then segments of the roadway would also include street parking. And then there'd be a 10-foot planter or an 18-foot planter strip where there's no parking, plus the 10-foot multi-use path. The site drains from west to east, so towards the 101 highway. And there's a storm detention system is included underneath segments of the pedestrian pathway, the multi-use path. This is a section through the alley. They're 20 feet wide, 2 10-foot lanes with short aprons to provide access to the garages. This shows a detail of the stormwater detention system under the multi-use path. Landscaping in the public right-of-way consists of olive trees along this segment of the roadway that's parallel to the smart rail. These olive trees are in raised concrete planter boxes and match the trees that are further west along Hopper Street. On the segment of the roadway that goes north-south, it'd be a mix of valley and coast live oak trees, western red buds, and arbutus marina trees. And this is the southern half, shows the trees along the east side of the project site. There's an open space amenity that consists of a play area, a picnic area, a small artificial turf area, a concrete seat wall. This is located in the northeast corner of the project. The Planning Commission approved the site plan and architectural review for the development, and the smart code warrants. Warrants were required for the location of the private open space and to allow reduction in the ground floor ceiling heights. Planning Commission also recommended the City Council approve the vesting tentative subdivision map. Through the Planning Commission review process, the applicant made several changes to address concerns that the Planning Commission had. Those concerns are summarized in this sheet and this slide. They added the 3 unit types, the ADUs, and then the 2 stacked flats. That resulted in an overall reduction in the average unit size. They increased the density. As a result of that, they decreased the number of parking spaces per unit. They made some changes to the building architecture. They added a 5th live-work unit. They added some additional trees and made some great strides towards including environmentally sustainable measures, including backup batteries for the homes, EV charging stations in each garage. They have 2 times the amount of permeable surface area that's required by the code. And they also provided bike racks in each garage and space in the garages for composting. So the decision before the council this evening is subject to the standards for a tentative subdivision map, which are listed here in this slide and are provided in detail in the staff report and in the resolution. Along with this is finding of consistency with the general plan, the SMART code, and the Central Petaluma specific plan. And those findings are all detailed in the council staff report and resolution. So with that, staff recommends the council adopt a resolution approving the vesting tentative subdivision map for the Riverscape project. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Before we have any questions of the presentation, I'd like to hear from the applicant, Aaron Ross Swain, to make their presentation, and then we will ask questions or make comments. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I believe we were going to allocate 10 minutes for the presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and so it is 8:15 now. So at approximately, I'll start a timer, but you won't be able to see it. But at approximately 8:25, we'd be expecting to wrap this up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Aaron Ross Swain. I am the consultant who was hired by Tim Lewis Communities, who is the applicant, to work on the entitlement. And I'm here before you this evening to present on Riverscape. This is a slide demonstrating our consultant team, and I will be presenting, as well as Stephen LaFranchi from SGLA and Associates, on the civil matters. Next slide. Before you is the land plan that Emmanuel presented shortly. And as he mentioned, back in 2014, the Riverscape Riverfront Master Plan was approved, and we're simply implementing that vision with this 50-unit townhome subdivision. And it has always been envisioned that this part of the Riverfront Master Plan be townhomes. So in front of you, you see our 50-unit subdivision that's made up of a variety of plans, 4 floor plans ranging from 1,000 square feet up to 2,200 square feet, orientated in townhome buildings. And those townhome buildings are woven together with a system of interior courtyards of paseos, as you see before you. And there is the small open space amenity on the northerly end of the project that staff went over in their presentation. And what you really don't see here, and we'll get to shortly, is that what really makes this project special, besides adhering to the vision of the master plan, is all of the sustainability measures that we have agreed to do, and we will talk about shortly. And lastly, what this plan does well is it really integrates into the offering of housing types within the master plan. We have single family detached, which is currently being constructed by Tri-Point. Then it tiers down to our townhome development. And then there is a planning and discussions for a more of a multifamily type use within in and around the Central Green. And then of course you've got the hotel component as another bookend. So really you've got the full spectrum of housing with this master plan, and this 50-unit subdivision truly does round off the residential housing offering. Next slide. Here's a table graphic that again presents the layout and the programming of our residential units, ranging from 1,000 square feet just up to a little bit over 2,100 square feet. All townhomes for sale, flats, 2-story and 3-story townhomes. Next slide. This is an architectural rendering of our live work building that's adjacent to Hopper Street as you come into the project. And as the staff report discussed, we will be implementing 5 live work units that offer the opportunity for at-home businesses or work. And one of the comments that came up during our process was making sure that we distinguish these live work units from all of our other townhome units within the subdivision. So we've implemented vertical corrugated metal siding. We've integrated different awnings over the entries to the units. The hardscape and landscape design on the frontages are also different to suggest a more commercial or retail type of use, as well as different window sizes on the front of those units. So there will be 5 live work units, and we feel that this is a strong entry feature as you come into the project on Hopper Street, and hopefully corresponds well with the future retail that's planned on the Central Green. Here's a sample of our architectural elevations that we feel are very suitable for this location and what it is we want to accomplish here. And what you do have is a use of stucco and horizontal wood materials to break up the different elevations and color schemes for this subdivision. And if there's more questions about the architectural elevations and styles, we do have our architects on the call this evening to answer any more technical questions. Next slide. All right, I'll hand it over to Steve.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. My name's Steve LaFranchi with LaFranchi and Associates. And I just want to briefly go over the kind of the subdivision process. Emmanuel did a great job in describing it, so I'm not going to belabor and repeat a whole lot of what he had said. So basically the purpose why we're here is because the townhome project is a for sale project, and it creates a subdivision. If this was apartments, that'd stop the process with the planning commission. We would still be having a lot of the same kind of improvements. We'd have public streets, public improvement plans, the parcel B park that is there that I'll talk a little bit more about, that would be a part of that, the public improvement plans. And then all the interior would be a part of the private building permit sets, which would be the grading and going vertical. The other component is I know when we were showing the tentative map from the Riverfront project, the existing street kind of went through the middle of the site, and that was the intersection that was proposed there for Hopper Street, and then it looped around and tied back into parcel N that was adjacent to the Tri-Point, the single family home community down there. This plan, through the process of the site plan and that put in more to the intent of the Riverfront project, where you would have the public street that would wrap around the edge, as the public street does, and ties back in and to Soto Way, which is consistent to the rest of the street that fronts along parcel B. And so with that, if you can go to the next slide, please. So one of the things that happened with this new design is we've created a different intersection at Hopper Street there. Presently, there is a crossing. You can see it in kind of the screen back version. There's a crossing there now, and what we're going to do is rework that intersection, put a bulb out and tighten it up so it's going to be a controlled three-way stop, and to make that a safer connection to the public street system and back to the public path into that area. The other part, what will happen is this intersection that was put in off of Hopper Street there will be closed off, and that'll become a continuous sidewalk, which is the frontage of the live work area that Aaron was showing earlier in the presentation. The last part that's really important on this is the part that's shown in purple, and that is a part of it's on lot 6, which is the mixed use lot. And the project was designed, and it has all the easements that were always going to be a connection into this. And given the fact that the purple access area is needed, as you can see through these private drives, this project will complete that construction that was proposed as on the original Riverfront mixed use site. The other part is that what we're going to be doing as part of the public improvement and subdivision plans is we are going to be putting in I'm going to call it the alleyways that loop through the project and connect the public street and also down to the purple section. And the utilities are going to be going in with that. And the purpose of putting that in as part of the public improvement plans is when they do go vertical, all the infrastructure will be in place, and It will have fire protection, water will be up there and connected. And so it will allow for, when they go through the building permit process, to be set and ready to connect to the buildings as they're constructed. So really, to look at this thing, the subdivision process is really kind of the starting point or the launching pad. It's just a necessary step that we have to take in order to get to a place where we can have the private plans going vertical, which is everybody wants to see, actually housing constructed. So it's the first important step to get this approval, so we can complete that part of the package, get the final map recorded, and then kickstart all the private improvements. And lastly, next slide. This is just another overtake of all the project and all the great landscaping and things that we're going to be doing as a part of the private and the public. One of these things to note is that the public path, that is the final connection that loops around, that goes back to there, is really on parcel B, which was an irrevocable offer to the city of Petaluma that was done at the Riverfront mixed use project. And the city, it was an irrevocable offer because the city wanted the entire pathway to be completed in order to, before they would accept it into the city system. It also should be noted that this is part of an overall community facilities district that is going to be taking care of much of the maintenance of that project. So with that said, and we're running out of time, I'm going to wrap it up, and maybe I can pass it on just for a quick second to Aaron to wrap it up.
Madam Mayor, the 10 minutes have expired, so just wanted to point that out.
Okay, yes, I did see that. And Aaron, if you have 1 minute, if you want to.
Thank you. If you could pull the presentation back up, Nathan. So really what makes this project extremely exciting, and I think from a city's perspective should really be interested in it, is the sustainability measures. We've agreed to go net zero, so what on an energy perspective, which means that we've effectively doubled the solar on what is already an all-electric project, so that there's enough energy generated with each solar array to hopefully not require homes to draw electricity from the grid. Agreed to as a standard incorporate electrical vehicle chargers into each garage, and the really exciting component is we will be incorporating as a standard battery storage in each garage, which will capture excess energy that is generated from the solar panels on the roof. So really, you've got this sustainable energy system that is just very well-rounded and thought through, and of significant value to the future home buyers, and I think really sets a high bar for what residential projects should be doing in Petaluma and the North Bay. And I think this probably is likely the first project to have agreed to these types of measures. Beyond that, we've agreed to double our permeable pavement within the community.
Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt, but yeah, 1 minute. So thank you very much. You probably should have led with this, but we thank you very much.
Sure.
Okay.
Here to answer questions.
Thank you. So right now I will ask the council members if you have any questions. Patrick, do you have your hand up? Yes.
I do. Just sorry to interrupt, Madam Mayor. I just realized our interpreters are still translating. We were only supposed to be doing that for the districting items. So I'd just like to thank them for their interpretation tonight and let them know that they can have the rest of the night off, and with our gratitude.
Thank you, and thank you for being aware of that. We are not, that's not part of my viewing. Okay, thank you, Patrick. I think you can put your hand down. And so I'll go to Council Member Fisher.
Thank you. So I was curious what Aaron was going to talk about when he was talking about SB 1883 compatible garage. So can I have him answer that? He was about to get to it.
Yes, absolutely.
Sure. So the garages have been designed to accommodate 3 garbage totes. Right now, if these home buyers were living there, they would just have garbage and recycling. But when the city of Petaluma adopts the 1383 ordinance and composting services are offered to residents, that there would be room for that third composting tote within each garage.
Okay, so it's not 1883, it's 1383. So it's just a misspelling on your presentation.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm wondering if people really want composting in their garages. Prefer to keep mine outside, but I guess they could move it outside. That was my only question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Healy, followed by Councilmember Barnacle.
Thank you. So just one question and one quick comment. The question was, I don't know if this is the appropriate point at the vesting tentative map stage, but at some point, will there be a requirement that garages be used for motor vehicles and not for storing stuff?
Yes, this will have a homeowners association, and with that will require CC&Rs, and within the CC&Rs there'll be restrictive language prohibiting any uses of the garages other than parking and general storage.
Thank you. Well, general storage is fine as long as you can still get the car in there.
Correct. Correct.
And then the comment, and this was for staff. You know, architectural drawings are really difficult to read on a computer screen. And the last time we had something like this roll through, there was a request from council to get written paper architectural drawings as well. And I believe staff agreed to do that. And that didn't happen this time, but just for next time, I would certainly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for that reminder, Councilmember Healy. Councilmember Barnacle, followed by Councilmember McDonald.
My first question is a follow-up to Councilmember Healy's. What happens if a person doesn't have a car? Are they not allowed to use their garage as storage?
That's a good question. I think there would be exceptions to the rule, such that they are, so long as they don't have a car and they're not utilizing the limited guest parking outside of the unit, I believe that would be acceptable in that particular
Okay.
instance.
I'm just wondering if we can, instead of mandating that they use their garage for a certain thing, that we do something, we do the alternative, like actually write the policy, not to what we, mandating their personal space, but, covering the public space. Is that possible?
Sure, I definitely think the CC&Rs can contemplate that scenario. That the language that we were talking about a minute ago is used in instances where residents don't park they do have cars and they don't park them in the garage because they're using it for storage. Therefore, they're parking their vehicles in guest parking or in other parts of the project. That becomes a nuisance. So certainly within the event there is a household that doesn't have vehicles and they would like to use their garage for storage or other uses, could be permissible. Just
okay.
Probably be some disclosures as to what uses are permissible within that if it's not a car.
Understood. Another comment that I have is maybe you could give people the alternative of battery backup or a pair of e-bikes, probably the same cost. And in terms of the actual emissions benefits, having people jetting around on e-bikes versus a battery is probably, you probably get a net benefit there, and it's going to alleviate congestion. One of the things that's going to come from this project is going to be quite a bit of congestion out on already congested roads. So, I would consider that because there's going to be an impact to our local road network. Batteries are great, but giving people alternative modes of transportation could be a more impactful thing that the larger community might appreciate more. And then my other questions are, on the multi-use path, is there lighting on that? I was out there yesterday, I didn't see any lighting, but is there going to be lighting all the way around the multi-use path?
Yes, there is. There's solid lighting all the way on our path.
Excellent. And then one of the things that really irks me about this project is over at the corner of Hopper and Caulfield where it comes together. The multi-use path comes down to a 5-foot sidewalk, and there's a stop sign right in the middle of it. Is there anything that we can do to address that? I realize that's maybe not part of this, but I've got you here, and I can actually show you the pictures of it. It's pretty abominable, and I don't know whether it's something that was part of the approved project or what, but it's it's pretty problematic. I'll just quickly show a picture. So what I'm showing on my screen here is the path. This is our multi-use path, and then it goes down to this, and there's a stop sign in the middle, and that's our ADA crosswalk. And if you're a bicyclist coming on the multi-use path, you're going to go into a 5-foot sidewalk and then go through this 3-foot zone here. And I'm just wondering, if there's anything we can do to address that as part of finishing out this project, because that's pretty egregious in terms of multi-use path construction.
Well, I could talk to, could you bring up that picture again?
Sure.
Sure.
Yeah, so it's,
there you go.
It's
yeah,
this
right there.
here going down to, yeah.
So I think you get past that last planter strip, which looks like this is the perfect solution, but basically, Hopper is the continuation of Hopper Street would be a share the road option that as it heads down, that goes past the Mary Isaac Center and then ultimately a part of the Scanell project and who knows with Shamrock, that curb there could be kind of removed, and so you can transition out from the pathway to a share the road. It seems like a pretty easy, fix at that point to be able to transition.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
You were pointing to
that's
it.
Exactly what that's exactly what I was hoping for, was that could just be something where there's an easier transition for bicycles to get onto the road, because that sidewalk there, it's actually pretty unsafe if there was a person walking to have a bicycle there not being able to get by. And then the final piece is in lot 7, there is where that sort of whoop-de-doo comes around there. There's like a swoop, and then there's a pedestrian path that comes through into what I would imagine is visitor spaces. And I just have this feeling that should be opened up for bicycles as well. Because if I'm a bicycle trying to head downtown, I'm either going to be forced to go towards the SMART train, or I'm forced to go out towards Highway 101 to hit the multi-use path and go back. And as a person who rides my bicycle for transportation around town, there's 0% chance that I do that. And I just wind up driving right through that area and trying to cut through parking spaces and park cars and things. And it's just, I think it's potentially a logical circulation issue that we could address if we maybe remove one parking space and it connects, it improves the connectivity for that whole area there.
Yeah, we can take a look to see how we can incorporate that.
Okay. Is this the meeting where we would actually propose changes like that, or is this a meeting where we just, rubber stamp this and move on, I guess?
Well, I mean, we can go if the council sees that they want to make that change to the design. This would be the time to say incorporate that change into the design. I don't see a problem in doing that, but if it's the council's wishes to do it and want to make sure it's done, then it'd be added into your comments and it'd be incorporated.
Okay.
I'm struggling to understand where we're talking about on the site plan.
Yeah. So up there at the top where it loops down, If you see it's your arrow. So yeah, so where parcel 7 is, see parcel 7 or unit 7, I mean, sorry. Yeah, so right over there to your right, where that comes down, it opens up to a parking lot there. And if I live in unit 9, 10, 11, 12, 4, 5, 6, any of those units probably, or especially 9, 10, 11, 12, I would probably just get out on that street and jet right through there. And then the nearest on-ramp, like I'd be riding on a sidewalk, which is not ideal, right? You see that, there you go. You can see that if you zoom in there, you can see that you're riding on a sidewalk and then you go on a sidewalk over. And I just feel like there's a potentially better connection there. Maybe it's maybe make one of those spaces a handicap and just make it, flush all the way through or something. But I just feel like the reality is that we're going to have people riding on bicycles to get to the roadway. And that's, forcing pedestrians and bicycles on a 5-foot sidewalk together is not ideal.
So would it be,
Go ahead, Aaron.
would it be one of the parking spaces that's shaded purple beneath parcel B? Is that what we're talking about?
Probably one of those spaces is what would be needing to go. Yeah.
Yeah. So Steve, is that on our property or is that on?
No, it's offsite. That's on lot 7. It's not a portion of the lot 7. It's lot 6, Aaron.
Okay.
Yeah, so we don't control those parking spaces, but there still could be a connection we could through parcel B to try to incorporate that or bring it down around to where it does tie in, so we're not disturbing a parking place to get it back into the alleyway.
Okay.
I apologize. It's not represented here, but there is existing network along Hopper and Caulfield that ultimately does connect here. But I understand the concern about traversing through the parcel.
Yeah, maybe just making a wider, making a 10-foot sidewalk there where you see parcel B there or something to make it so that it's easier to get over. Because I just know the reality is that you're going to have some kids riding their bicycle on there with a person walking from their car or something, and it's just going to make people, brush back with their bag of groceries or whatever. So,
and we can split that so
green
part
parcel
of it,
doesn't really need.
so we can split it so part of it walks to the sidewalk and the other you can turn off and go down into the alleyway, which is adjacent to the parking space. So you're not going across the sidewalk with your bicycle. So I think there's a smooth transition that can be made there.
And I would suggest, Councilmember Barnacle, we could add a condition that would say something to the effect of prior to final map, explore improving connection, bike ped connection through parcel B, something like that would allow us to go back and look at it and explore some different options. And it could be incorporated.
Great, really appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for all that cooperative work there. This is where having the screen actually helped facilitate that. Okay, Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you. I have a lot of good things to say about the project based on seeing it in planning, but some things we didn't get a chance to talk about are the city's projects in this area. And I'm wondering how a timeline for like the sewer line or the crosstown connector dovetail with this project. We're going to move people into these houses. I'm not sure how quickly. And then the sewer project, it's like a 3-foot pipe, I think, along Hopper. And is there a timeline for tearing up all this new work or coordinating so we don't have to tear up new work? How's the coordination between public works and development? Line strictly, the first.
I'm hoping that either Gina or Christopher might be able to help with that question.
Hi, thanks, Heather. Sorry, I've got a reverb. 1 second. So the question is about the coordination between this project and the Southern Crossing Bridge. Is that
It's a sewer line first.
the PIPS main?
Piping.
So our tentative schedule for the PIPS main would be a start construction in summer 2023. And that's a start construction. It's, a good year plus, possibly 18-month construction project. So that's sort of the timeline for that work. And that affects what would be the northern, very northern piece of this project. And then the Southern Crossing, I'm not comfortable putting a schedule out there.
That's not the
really.
question at this quite yet. So on the sewer line, is this the kind of thing where you typically put in a condition that they don't do final paving till you finish things you wish to get done prior, like the sewer line?
I don't believe the sewer line. Steve, can you help me with this? Is that sewer line? I didn't think that was under pavement.
It will be. I can share a screen here to depict the area, but
Thanks, Nick.
yeah, sure. Sorry, this layout's rather cluttered. I'm going to try to find a simpler one quickly here. This might be a little bit better. Right. So these two lines here are the existing and the proposed alignments for the force main. So they do run under a portion of the proposed street. And then this vault structure, be rather robust, but that will occupy a portion of the parcel B areas.
Oh yeah, that is right in there.
So, I've done some coordination with the designs that are available. I believe Woodward and Curran is the consultant working with the city. So, we're making accommodations for, there'll be a nexus of sorts here for some of our sewer point of connection is to the gravity main on the north side. So, we do certainly have to take these force mains into consideration. Similarly, our water main we're extending currently exists under the northerly limits of the site. So we're intending to, anyway, it's a loop system, but right, our water and sewer and storm drains are in this proximity, and we're doing our best to coordinate with the design that's available. But yeah, there is some practicalities, as you state, council member, that it would be problematic to do a lot of final improvements that then would be redone by the city here. So yeah.
Inexpensive for everybody, double doing the work. Second question, it did have to do with Southern Crossing, and I guess that's more, maybe it's rhetorical, is that we're supposed to have a crosstown connectors workshop. And rather than ask, when that is, I guess I can just advertise that next week council does goals, and it'll probably be topic of conversation. Am I correct? At the goals session next week, rather than ask for a specific answer. And thank you.
I'm taking that as just a statement.
Yes.
Thank you.
Done.
Okay, and okay, Councilmember Fisher?
I have a question of Heather. Spirit Living, are they moving forward with a proposal for that central green, that central part?
So they came for a second. I think you were on the sitting on the planning commission when they came through for their second one. I have not seen much from them since that time. Emmanuel, have you chatted with them about anything moving forward?
They reached out to me about a week ago and asked for copies of the applicable applications that they need to submit. So it sounds like they're actively working on preparing their applications.
Okay.
I'm really glad to see this portion of this project come forward. And if we had Spirit Living around that green, I think it would be really disappointing for everybody who lives here and visits here. I just don't think that's what was envisioned in this master plan, and think it would be really a disappointment. So just want to state that for the record.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there any other questions for the applicant or for staff on this presentation? I'm not seeing any hands up, so I'm going to go ask our city clerk if she has received any correspondence on this item.
Madam Mayor, no comments were received.
Thank you very much. So now I will ask our moderator to, we're going to open the public hearing and see if there's anybody in the Zoom audience who would like to participate.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I already see 2 hands raised, so I will share my screen. We currently have 20 members of the public in attendance. So if you would like to speak on this item during the public hearing, please raise your hand in Zoom and you'll be called on in turn. You'll have 3 minutes in which to give your comments, at the end of which you will be muted. Speakers are encouraged to be respectful. Threats of violence and insanity or grounds for removal from the meeting, and please stay on topic. Our first speaker is Sheila Baker, followed by S. Kirks. Sheila, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Thank you, Patrick. Thank you, and good evening, City Council and Mayor. I just wanted to comment that this project is close to Mary Isaac and Cots, and it would have been a really inspiring, wonderful project to be a low income, very, very affordable, 100% affordable project. And so this is going to be market rate. And it just, I would like to see more affordable housing projects in Petaluma rather than this. This looks like a very expensive project. And I'm sorry to see that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sheila. Our next speaker is S. Kirks, followed by John Hanua. Susan, you may unmute and begin your comments.
I have a few comments I'd like to make, mostly just a sense of despair about the environmental impacts of a project like this in this location. And just because there is open grassland and open space really doesn't mean that something like this should blanket over the entire area. I find the landscaping plans extremely disappointing, and I don't even know if elected officials are aware of this, but I did speak about this in the Spirit Living Planning Commission reviews, and that's another like disaster in the making that should never ever be placed in that location. This is, of course, near the river, but it's in an area where there are migratory nesting cliff swallows from Argentina who travel thousands of miles to nest at the Lakeville overpass and at the Petaluma River Bridge. And you already have that rather horrendous development that's gone in with some very appealing roof angles that are likely going to attract cliff swallows, and I anticipate a Migratory Bird Treaty Act violation occurring, which already takes up a lot of my time with Audubon here in Petaluma every year. But this is another example of an extension of those concerns about the bird life, the wildlife, the environmental impacts there. I can guarantee you that the EIR that was done for this particular larger project is probably inadequate. And I do recall at the Planning Commission, I believe someone said this is under the old general plan and there's nothing they could do about much of anything except for the few changes that were made that you've seen for sustainability. It is just unfortunate because what we need in Petaluma is an understanding of what biological resources impacts are. And then we need an understanding of how to communicate about those and how to require mitigations and not approving developments like this in areas where this type of blanketing over that area really should not even occur. So those are my comments, and I doubt that it has any meaning to anyone at all who's listening, but it's important that a voice be given to the natural resources that are going to be severely impacted by this. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Our next speaker is John Hanania. John, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Good evening. I do agree with both speakers that spoke before me, but there's big issue here. And it seemed to be, there's always a problem that you guys don't even look at. Every year, we have a problem with water. And I'm not against growth in any way, shape, or form. And it was very good presentation. But I ask you, where are you going to get the water? I still remember last year in 2021, the first thing that came out of Brian Barnacle's mouth, let's tell people not to water their lawn. Then after that, you guys put restriction time after time after time. So if you don't have water, where are you going to keep all these new development? Where are you going to keep all these people with no water? So, and the public never get any answers from you. And it's frustrating when you see something like this taking place and you guys talking about everything from A to X, but you forget YZ, okay? And it keep coming up time after time after time after time, and not a single answer from you guys. Yeah, new development brings money to the city. Is it all about money, or is it about lifestyle? How could you have a decent living with no water? But of course, not one of you gonna respond. And for that, the only thing I could say, shame on you. I'll continue listening and seeing what you have to say. But it'll be really nice if you guys give answers to the community when they ask questions. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
All right, and that is the last hand up, so I will turn it back to you to close the public hearing, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. And with that, we will close the public hearing and bring it back to the council to see if there's anyone who has any other questions or comments, or if anybody wants to move this forward. Okay, Councilmember McDonald.
Well, I am willing to make a motion to move this forward. And I think I'd like to have staff read back any modifications if they're the kind of thing that needs to go into the resolution or not. But I did want to say that this development came to planning and then was continued. And they took it back and recrafted it, added all the batteries, made an effort towards better affordability, not capital A, affordable housing in the kinds of ranges we need, but the lower A affordability. Putting in those stack flats, that was a shock that they did that. People often ask, well, what does it take to get a good developer to come to town? One that listens to the impact. And, while this isn't perfect and there's a lot of concern about the overall master plan of this area, this developer trying to get this done did a number of good things and should be recognized for that. They added to the live work area. They added to making it a walkable, activated community. So, good on them for those things. And I just wanted to recognize that they did that. And do we have anything that needs to get added to the resolution?
Well, I will turn this over to planning, but the notes I took were a bike transition from the path to the road at, I believe it's Hopper at Caulfield, and then a bike transit condition of approval to improve the bike pedestrian access at Parcel B.
Agreed. I wrote down prior to final map, explore options for improved bike ped access across Parcel B to Hopper Street, and then explore modifications to improve bike transition approaching Hopper and Caulfield.
And I'd like to note that Hopper and Caulfield, I think that's a two-way cycle track there, not a one-way bike lane. So that could be factored into any design going on. Thanks.
So that is your motion?
That is my motion.
Thank you very much. Councilmember King?
Thank you. I will second that, but I also have just a couple of comments. First of all, I wanted to commend the planning commissioners and the developer for the dialogue they apparently had earlier this year about the project. That's very nice to see, and very nice to see those kinds of adjustments. And also just very happy to see the battery storage element to this added. I think that's, you know, something that is becoming more and more frequent. Although getting the batteries is sometimes getting to be more difficult, but it will make full use of retaining all the power generated by those solar panels so that they can be using that electricity in the evening hours and overnight. So those are my comments, and I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Barnacle.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to the public comment about water consumption. I think we're all concerned about water consumption. The reality with these homes is they're going to use a lot less water than the average single-family home. The average single-family home, about 30% of it or 40% of it or even more is used for landscaping. And with these homes, they're, you know, if we're really concerned about water, we should not be building more single-family homes with large yards. So I think that it doesn't address all of it. And, you know, I don't think we have a perfect answer for that, for the answer about water. So, but it is something that we're considering, and we're trying to just be as conscious as we can about using the land that we have wisely. So that's my comment.
Thank you. So we have a motion by McDonald and a second by King, and I will ask the clerk to do a roll call vote, please.
Mayor Barrett,
Yes.
council members Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Posake.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
Thank you very much, and thank you for all the presenters and the good discussion that took place this evening.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So now we're on to item 5B, and this is a public hearing resolution approving the tobacco retail license requirements to approve the fee associated with the program and the memorandum of understanding with the county. And Assistant City Attorney Dylan Brady will lead off this discussion.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. I'm Dylan Brady, Assistant City Attorney. I also have with me Nancy Sands, Management Analyst 2 for Economic Development, as well as Therese Vogue, the Manager of Impact Sonoma from the county's Public Health Division, to answer any questions you may have about this item. As you may recall, a few months ago, Council approved the Tobacco Retail License Ordinance, which requires all tobacco retailers in Petaluma to obtain a tobacco retail license and comply with the other provisions of that ordinance by July 6th. July 6th, that is 6 months after the date the ordinance was adopted. And during the introduction back, I want to say November 15th or 20th of the ordinance, staff stated that we'd be coming back to discuss implementation of the TRL program, as well as to set a new fee for the retailers to obtain their tobacco retail license. So this item tonight, it has two actions. One is conduct the public hearing to add the new tobacco retail license fee to our master fee schedule, and to second, to adopt a resolution delegating authority to the city manager to execute a possible memorandum of understanding with the County of Sonoma for administration of the tobacco retail license program. So the county, and that's specifically the Department of Health Services, Impact Sonoma Tobacco Nicotine Prevention Team, hopefully I said that right. We call them Impact Sonoma. They were a huge help in answering staff's questions while drafting this ordinance, and staff would like to continue this partnership with the county and Impact Sonoma for the administration of the tobacco retail license program. Since 2016, the county, Impact Sonoma, has managed the TRL program for the 89 retailers in the unincorporated parts of Sonoma County, as well as since 2017, Windsor's tobacco retail license program. In those 5 years, they've established procedures, forms, materials to implement the different programs. So Impact Sonoma, when they perform the inspections, they know what they're doing. They can issue those licenses pretty quickly, review them fast. They can also answer any questions that the retailers or the city may have about the program and how to administer it. So, and also Impact Sonoma, the recipient of a state grant, which helped lessens the tobacco retail fees for the retailers. Another reason that staff is recommending that we have the county administer the program. But to have Impact Sonoma administer the program, we need to sign an MOU with the county that discusses the responsibilities, terms of for each party. And I do have a draft of the MOU that I can share on the screen if council wants to take a look at what that draft looks like. That was supposed to be included as an attachment, but it inadvertently got left out. Also needed for the county to administer the program, we need to set the fee for the retailers to obtain the tobacco retail license. So attached to the staff report are the proposed county services and the proposed fees for those services. The fees would be paid by the tobacco retailers, and they would offset the cost for the county to administer these fees. These fees would not be a source of funding for the city, but importantly, no money money would come from the city to fund and implement this program. So staff, while trying to figure out how to implement this program, we met several times, and we recommend that the council approve Impact Sonoma's scenario number 2. Under scenario number 2, which is attached to the staff report, the cost per retailer for the fees would be $525. The fee justification for those fee is within the staff report, but I can pull that up if council wants to take a look at it. Under this fee, the county would be performing the administration. That's the reviewing and approving all licenses, applications, really any of the paperwork. They'd also be performing communications, educations with the retailers for any questions they have, as well as 2 compliance checks as opposed to the first scenario, which only has 1 compliance check. And nothing precludes the city from performing its own spot inspections. So staff feels this is the best option compared to the other options at the retailers because it's the best chance of compliance with the city's ordinance due to the county's expertise, education, or educating the retailers, and providing 2 inspections during the nascent stages of this program as opposed to 1. As this is a new fee, we will need to conduct a public hearing tonight. City complied with all the noticing requirements of the government code. Also, staff have scheduled a virtual educational meeting with the retailers and Impact Sonoma to answer any questions they may have. So that's my presentation. Like I said, I'm here with Nancy Sands from Economic Development and Teresa Vogt from Impact Sonoma to answer any questions you may have. Thanks.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and I will ask the council if they have any questions for you. I see Council Member Barnacle has his hand up.
Yes, Madam Mayor. In general, very, very good staff report, answered all my questions. I was expecting when I saw fees to see something about enforcement violation and the fees associated with that. Who sets the fees for enforcement violations?
Sure, I can answer that question, council member. So it is within, I believe it's 1.16 of our Petaluma Municipal Code. That's our administrative fees, citations chapter. I believe the citation fees start at 100 and they go up to $1,000 per day per violation. Gotcha. And that's set, okay, council member, by the government code. I think it's 36900, somewhere around there. So we're pretty precluded from going above that.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay, great. Then
and if I could just add, council, and thanks, Dylan, for your thorough report. One thing you'll notice that Dylan did not mention staff are proposing to contract is the actual enforcement of violations. The city would retain that authority because it's a police power function. And along with it, the authority to not enforce and to be able to gain compliance through notices of violation, et cetera. So we have the full range, as Dylan just mentioned, the full range of
enforcement in Title I of the Muni Code, but that's an authority that the city would retain and not contract out. So thank you.
And that reminds me too, as well as in the tobacco retail ordinance, you might recall, there are other enforcement provisions that live outside of the chapter 1.16, including suspension of the license and even revocation on, I believe it's 3 violations.
Yes, thanks, Dylan. That's right.
Okay, thank you. And I do not see any other council members with their hands up, so I would like to see if our clerk has received any correspondence on this item.
Madam Mayor, no comments were received.
Okay, thank you. So this is a public hearing, so I would like to ask our moderator to see if there's anybody in the Zoom audience who would like to speak in the public hearing on this item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There are 12 members of the public at this time. If any of them would like to raise their hand in Zoom to speak on this public hearing item, please do so now and you will be called on in turn. I see no hands raised, Madam Mayor, so I'll turn it back to you.
Okay, thank you. So with that, we will close the public hearing on this item and bring it back to the council for a vote. And I'll call on Councilmember King and Vice Mayor Posake.
Yeah, I'd like to move the item. Do we need to do 2 here? Either Eric or Dylan?
Or can we just take it as one for the fee and the MOU?
Yeah, we've got the MOU and the fee. There's 2 separate items. I will move both.
It can be done by single motion and second, as long as the votes don't vary between the 2.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, there's Vice Mayor.
And I'll thank the staff for their work on this and second the motion.
Okay, so we have a motion by King and a second by Posake, and we will have a roll call vote.
Mayor Barrett?
Yes.
Council members Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Posake.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
Thank you very much, and thank you for moving this on. The next item, item 6, unfinished business, has been removed from the agenda. This is the introduction of an ordinance approving an amended and restated lease agreement with Rooster Run Golf Club LLC, and that will be on our agenda of March 21st. So now we're going to go on to general public comment, and I will ask our city clerk if she has received any public comments.
Madam Mayor, we received 2 public comments that were posted online.
Thank you very much. And I will ask our moderator to see if there's anybody in the Zoom audience who would like to speak in general public comment on items that are not on tonight's agenda.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will share my screen now and start a 30-second timer, at the end of which we will see how many hands we have raised and divide the time accordingly. So with that, general public comment are for items that are not on the current agenda and up for council discussion at this meeting. If you wish to speak on general public comment items, please raise your hand in Zoom and you'll be called on in the order in which you raise your hand. Speakers are encouraged to be respectful. Threats of violence and obscenity are grounds for removal from the meeting. And if you are unable to speak during this time frame, you may send your comments to cityclerk@cityofpetaluma.org. We currently have 2 hands raised, so I will reset the timer for 3 minutes and ask our first speaker, Kathy Hutchinson, followed by John Hanania to speak. Kathy, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Is there a way, since you're sharing your screen, I can no longer see anything else on mine to be able to look at my notes?
You can change the size of your windows so that would, you'd be able to have them both at the same time. I need to share the screen so that you can see the timer on it.
Right, I understand. Sorry, causing everybody else. Okay, I just figured it out. Is it possible to restart the clock?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to comment on 2 things. First, the fact that the general public comments have been moved to the end of the meeting is a pretty clear maneuver to decrease public engagement. I know there's some residents that use their 3 minutes to rant about the city staff, but that's their right. You have chosen to work for the city of Petaluma, and therefore it's part of your job to listen to feedback from the public about your performance, no matter how it's presented. I urge you to move the public comment back to the beginning of the meeting as it was before. Secondly, I'm here to request that the flood mapping currently being done for the new general plan be expedited and completed ahead of the rest of the general plan. I'm asking this so that development decisions can be made with the most up-to-date data. Currently, there are 10 development projects in multiple stages of the planning process that sit directly adjacent to or less than a mile away from the Petaluma River and local creeks, including the Riverscape project. As you know, the city's climate crisis resolution states that the current pace of sea level rise will render parts of Petaluma underwater. The document also states that sea level rise could be 3 times higher than currently predicted. The only logical conclusion from that is, along with the housing and retail that are already here, these new projects in the pipeline will be underwater as well. The climate crisis resolution states that marginalized communities are already disproportionately affected by climate change and must benefit first from a sustainable and equitable economy. The majority of these 10 projects are in Midtown, the part of the city with the lowest home values, which carries with it the assumption that Midtown is where the lowest income families live. Once again, the lower economic class is being disproportionately affected if the new flood modeling is not used to evaluate these pipeline projects. I know we're required by the state to complete a certain amount of development, but we can't brush off the sea level rise timeline for short-term gains. It's short-sighted, selfish to future generations, and frankly, it's flat out reckless and irresponsible. The climate crisis resolution states the city of Petaluma will elevate climate issues to the highest priority and give precedence to climate mitigation and adaptation for multiple things, including development projects. It's time for city leaders to walk the talk. Please expedite the completion of the new flood modeling before the rest of the general plan is completed, and use the new information to evaluate the projects in the development pipeline. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Next speaker is John Hanania. John, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Well, I do agree with the previous speaker about you guys trying to deprive the public of their right. And you guys have been wishy-washy about where you put the general public comment. And again, you reduce your meetings from 4 to 2 meetings, and then you go and hold workshops and you change all the rules under workshop. But the one thing I like that Kevin McDonald's laughing, you know, I do like that. But the one thing that I like to point, and I would really like to get an answer for that, how is it that whenever you guys ask the city manager anything, you never get an answer and you don't hold her accountable? 2 meetings ago, Brian Barnacle asked a question and she avoided the answer. Last year, we go back to the water, okay? Mike Healy made a very good point about how is it that you're asking the public to reduce the use of water and you're washing the Keller Street garage with the pressure washer. And when he asked the city manager to speak about it, oh, no, we'll talk about it offline. Why is that? Why is it that when you guys ask the city manager any question, she will not give you an answer, and she always wanted to avoid it? And you don't hold her accountable. And the only thing that you guys do, oh, she's doing a great job. Oh, you know, a shout out to the city manager. Oh, she's working too much. Have any of you at any given time said, no, we need an answer now? No, I don't understand why. And just so you know, I'm trying to recruit a few people to recall the Measure U because you guys are not fixing the streets. And I really hope I get enough people and enough signature to recall it, because you guys completely deceived the public. completely deceive the public. You using the fund for other things, and you keep saying that you're doing this and you're doing that, but yet your streets are getting worse and worse and worse. How many cities in the 9 Bay Area counties, and you're still in the bottom of the list, and you are so proud of what the city manager is doing? At what point you want to do your job? When each one of you was running, the time was so important. When Brian Barnacle was running, 3 minutes is not enough. But yet you want to take all that time away from the public. Is that hypocrites or what? Thank you.
And that is the last hand, Madam Mayor, so I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you very much. And with that, we will close general public comment and we will bring it to council comment. And I will start with Council Member McDonald.
Thank you very much. I must be in a good mood, maybe because we're nearing the end and it's early, and I am having a little bit of a laugh here because I like the council comments to be right up front when there's a room full of public ready to listen to them, and not at the end of meeting when there's very few people left in the room to hear the council and what their particular interests are, or what they want to make known in the community. What I want to make known in the community is my council's committee assignments, which is the Pedestrian Bicycle Committee met this last week, and the main topic was the local roads safety program. Remember that? Well, now the big difference, it's back, and there's more listening to the broader safety concerns of Petalumans, more than the Caltrans staff had required in that document. Cities now set up a web page for folks to comment on their areas of concern. As a GIS pin map, you point out the dangers and leave comments. Anyways, I want to commend staff for the revisit they're doing there, reboot they're doing there. I think it's going to turn out great. Also, they verified that the North McDowell project was on track, and the bid date would be in May this year, just a couple months away. And PBAC also discussed all the wayfinding signage plans, which should come to council soon. And he called it wayfaring, which I thought was pretty cool. I did want to give a shout out for the Know Before You Grow crowd, who are putting on Vision Zero presentation this week, Wednesday at 7. Vision Zero is how to get road deaths to zero. I think that's a lot what the city council and city staff are aiming for too. And thank you very much.
Thank you. And Councilmember King?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A couple of comments here. One, Sonoma Clean Power Board met last week. A couple of items there. One is the Advanced Energy Center has opened. One of the benefits of hopefully living in a quasi post-COVID world. And a couple of other items. Some of you may remember that Sonoma Clean Power is part of the California Community Power, which is a joint powers authority of other community choice aggregates or publicly owned power companies. And collectively, 6 of them entered into a contract, including Sonoma Clean Power, for a 50 megawatt battery storage project that Sonoma Clean Power can buy into. Project is expected to be up and running either in 2024 or 2025, but it is one of the first major battery storage contracts that's been entered into by Sonoma Clean Power and the other agencies. So it's a good step forward for the climate and clean power. The board also will be supporting AB 1814, which would authorize California CCAs to submit applications to the California Public Utilities Commission to receive funding to administer transportation electrification programs in their service areas. Well, this bill hasn't passed, but prior to this bill being proposed, CCAs had not been able to apply for those funds, and only investor-owned utilities had. So hopefully that bill will pass. And then with respect to one of my other committee assignments, transit, the meeting in March was canceled, and that's the third straight month. So I'm hopeful, as a comment for staff, I'm hopeful that there will be a transit advisory committee meeting in April. It was canceled for lack of agenda items, but it's been 3 months. And even if it's a gathering of the committee members to discuss the status of transit in the city, I think it'd be worthwhile, and to get an update on ridership and so forth. Lastly, and this is kind of a little off the line, but I think we've all been, over the last 2 weeks, moved by the events in Ukraine and the attack by Russia. And I'd like to see, and I hope I get other council support for this, some sign of unity similar to what Healdsburg did, with a lighting of the Ukrainian flag somewhere. We received an email, I think it was an email from Jim Johnson earlier today or yesterday, somewhere in the last day or two, suggesting somewhere near the footbridge. I don't know the practicalities of this, so the location is less of a concern for me than providing support. But I'd like to see the city do that. So I'd asked Mr. Cochran if you could bring that forward and maybe make some suggestions. And lastly, I think general public comment will be moved back to its normal slot. I'm not sure why it was moved here. It seems to wind up at the end on occasion, and I think, I mean, I'm just speculating a bit. The fact that we had 3 public hearings tonight may have had something to do with it. And also a contract approval that was pulled at the last minute that may have also taken substantial time. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Healy.
Thank you. I don't have any liaison reports tonight, but I would concur with Councilmember King that some sort of public display in support of the people of Ukraine would be, I think, appropriate and supported almost universally in Petaluma. And then I wanted to respond to one of the public commenters. We actually had a colloquy several meetings back about when the general plan surface water modeling would be done. And certainly I and other council members were encouraging that to be expedited, but it's complex because we're moving to a new software program and the work has to be coordinated with what's going on in the unincorporated areas because a lot of our watershed is in the county. And I see Gina has come back on screen and hopefully can give us some good news on that. Thank you.
Okay, well, not at this particular point, but perhaps the city manager will give her some space to talk about that. I will go to Councilmember Barnacle.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've had no assignment meeting since our last meeting. I'll definitely lend support for moving general public comment back to the beginning of the meeting if it was intended to be at the end. And, you know, I watched the PBAC meeting the other night and I was just pretty impressed with the content of that meeting. So to the staff that have been working on some of those projects, kudos for the thought leadership and the innovation and just moving forward some really cool projects. So that's all from me.
Thank you. Councilmember Fisher.
Thank you. Did have got a lot of things going on. I'm on a lot of ad hoc committees. Just can't help myself. So Sonoma, SCTA, somebody help me out here. The Sonoma County Transit Agency and RCPA, the Regional Climate Protection Authority, created an ad hoc to look at the future of funding for climate. We had a meeting last week, looked at a presentation developed by staff and potential survey to take out to the community. The Climate Action Commission created 4 ad hoc committees at their last meeting, and we have been meeting over the past 3 weeks. I'm for some reason on all of them. Transportation, consumption, natural resources and sequestration, and environmental justice. And just a quick comment for the city manager's office. Just wondering the connection between these ad hocs and climate and the GPAC committees that have been put together. It seems like we're all sort of working on the same issues, but we're not working together. So just want to raise that flag for you, Brian. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Posake.
I attended only a meeting of Continuum of Care membership to elect the remainder of our new board for the year. Some of the folks that won were Lisa Fatu of Social Advocates for Youth, Ben Leroy of Santa Rosa Community Health, Chris Keys of the Redwood Gospel Mission, and Kathleen Potse as a community member and retired public defender. Also in that regard, I'd like to shout out to everyone who worked on the Home Key project. I know all the council members know, but expect that some members of the community are not fully aware that we received state approval of funding for the Home Key project and at the north end of Petaluma. And finally, I'd also offer support to Ukraine in any way that the staff feels makes the most sense. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will just start off with the Ukraine issue. And I think we have all heard from members of the public and about doing something that we can. And I had spoken early on with the city manager about what was possibly what was a possibility. And I think the idea of the footbridge and lighting it is something that we can work with the community to do. And hopefully we'll find out how we can coordinate that. There seem to be a number of people in the community who are stepping forward on this issue. And it's really good to see how many people in our community care about something that is, indefensible, just an absolute travesty of human rights. So I think we will be moving forward on that. The city manager, as everybody knows, is not here this evening, but we will bring whatever we get forwarded to her. I also want to mention on the general public comment, several people have just spoken here, people on the council, about the different meetings we're having that involve the public. And, whether that is, through the different committees and commissions or ad hoc committees and commissions, or people who have volunteered to work on district elections by submitting their own ideas, or doing something where they have posted information on the website. The different road neighborhood meetings that staff has been involved with on North McDowell, and also the Rainier Road improvements. And these are all ways that we are listening to the public. And we don't just listen to the public during general public comment. General public comment is something that we offer to people as part of our public meeting, but the work of the meeting is the agenda, and that really has to take precedence. And the last few meetings we've had have seen us run very late in the evening, where we have staff and we have consultants and we have people for different projects who are here specifically to do the business of the city that has been publicly agendized for this time slot. So moving the general public comment for items that are not on the agenda has nothing to do with manipulating who gets to speak, but rather making sure that we have the actual agenda items of our city work done at a time when the people who have signed up to come and be involved with those issues of the city can hear it at a reasonable hour. So it is a flexible thing. It can move back and forth, and I believe it will continue to do that as the need is there for our meetings to be as effective and efficient as possible. So with that, I don't know if our city Assistant City Manager wanted to speak, but I do believe Gina might want to finish off the conversation that Councilmember Healy brought up in regard to the public comment.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just a couple quick items. We are working on something for Ukraine, and our Public Works Department staff are doing a little bit of research on lighting, et cetera, and we will definitely have something to share hopefully soon on that front. I would agree with your comments on the public comment, and would just add that because we had to have minimum five public hearings for the districting that you just saw earlier today, as well as in prior meetings. We wanted to make sure that there was maximum public participation in those very important discussions. So we did move those items as early as possible in the agenda to make sure that as many community members as possible could hear those discussions and give feedback if so desired. So that was not an intent to permanently move a public comment to the end of the meeting, but rather a reflection of the districting discussion. And then finally, yes, I did want to see if Gina Benedetti-Petnick wanted to make any comments about the flood modeling. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Just real quickly, I want to say that we're acutely aware of the timing with the general plan and the current sea level rise and flood modeling. And we've been meeting regularly with our modeling consultants and the general plan update consultants. We have both consultants now collaborating and correlating data. And we have April and May deadlines to provide modeling data and feed that back into the general plan update. So I feel that it's moving along actually very well, and our schedules are aligned.
Thank you very much, and especially making the effort to respond to a public comment. So I appreciate that. So with that, we are going to end council comment and city manager comment, and we are going to adjourn this meeting. So good night, and thanks everybody for participating in a very productive evening. Thank you.
Good night all. Thank you.